If so, please unmute and let us know that you're on the Zoom. Thank you.
Good morning.
Ms. Windenberg, good morning. This is Brett Thompson May. How are you? Can you hear me? Miss
Vicky. She's still on mute, so. Yeah, she's got to unmute herself.
Tell her unmute. Oh, I'm on. Ms. Windenberg, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes. Can you
And
hear
now I
me?
can hear you. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. I think we're good.
Okay, I had sent a chat out saying I could not hear anything, and there were some other replies from people privately saying me either, me either, me either. So I don't know if everybody can hear now, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Good morning. Now before the Mississippi State Board of Nursing is the matter of Victoria Swinenberg, case number SWYN 0S321T. My name is Edward Wiggins. I will serve as the hearing officer today. I'm from the Special Assistant Attorney General. At this time, I would like for the board members to introduce themselves, starting on my left.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Blake Ward, CRNA.
Shirley Jackson, LPN.
Laura Moore, FNP.
Could I make a few formal introductions?
Certainly.
Good morning, everyone, and we are on the record. I would like to introduce the board panel for you today. To my far left is Ashley Hagg. She is our court reporter. To my immediate left is Ms. Nancy Norris, LPN. I am Blake Ward, CRNA. To my immediate right is Mr. Edward Wiggins, Special Assistant to the Attorney General. He will be presiding over these hearings today. Continuing on, Ms. Shirley Jackson, LPN, and Ms. Laura Moore, nurse practitioner. We are 4 of the 13 board members of the Mississippi State Board of Nursing. We will be serving as a disciplinary hearing panel today. Each trial, each hearing will consist of a panel of 3 board members. 3 board members will be deliberating and deciding each case. The 4th will serve as an alternate and will not participate in the case. We have Ms. Brett Thompson-May present, attorney for the state, Ms. Shan Montgomery, Mr. Floyd Wiley, and Ms. Stephanie Morris also in the room as board staff. I believe we are ready to go forward.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to verify that Ms. Swinenberg is present. Could you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Victoria Burgess Swinenberg, APRN.
Ms. Swinenberg, are you represented by counsel?
I am not.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I do.
You further understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
And finally, you understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, the state would at this time ask that some exhibits be admitted into the evidence today. I know that Ms. Swinenberg also has submitted evidence on her behalf to which Some the state will stipulate for admission, and others the state would ask that they not be admitted and would object. So at this time, I would make a motion that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Ms. Winterberg, do you have an objection to these exhibits B1 through B8?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. As to Ms. Winterberg's exhibits, she has proffered A through Y for the panel to consider as admitting for evidence in this case. The state at this time with those exhibits would have no objection to exhibit A, B, C, and D, as well as no objection to exhibit L, M, N, and no objections to exhibits W, X, and Y. That should represent 10 exhibits that the state has no objection for admission today on behalf of Ms. Winterberg.
I do have one other exhibit, the letter from December 20th, 2019, that I would like considered as well, if that's possible.
Yes, Ms. Winterberg, and you are correct. I failed to mention that letter, but what I did do, I did put that letter, I don't know if you can see what I'm holding up, but it is your letter dated December 20th, 2019.
Okay,
It is behind the exhibits I just named, so we will make that exhibit Z.
excellent. Thank you.
Okay? And I have no objection. As to the other exhibits, unless you want to rule on that motion about the 10 exhibits plus exhibit Z.
They're admitted.
Okay. As to the other evidentiary documents that Ms. Winterberg is asking this board to consider for admission into evidence, I would object. And for the record, I do object to exhibits E, F, G. I would also object to exhibit H, I, J, K, exhibit O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, and V. The basis for the objection is that these documents, number one, are not relevant to the matter in which this board sits today regarding the appeal of Ms. Winterberg. Secondly, some of these exhibits, specifically exhibit H through, I believe, K, have HIPAA protected information. And finally, some of these exhibits that I just named as to the objection are evidence that, quite frankly, are involved in pending litigation with the Texas State Board of Nursing, and thus the board should not consider such evidence, as we do not have jurisdiction to decide on her Texas matter.
Any response, Ms. Winterberg?
No, I would just like to mention that when I submitted all of these exhibits, I was not clear on exactly what the Mississippi board needed. And so I was erring on the side of caution and providing more information as opposed to less. so that the Mississippi Board would have a full understanding of what was pending against me in Texas and supporting documentation thereof. Since then, I have talked to Ms. Thompson May, and she explained that, y'all could not consider or look at any of that. And so I have no objection to her objections to that and those being stricken from the record. For the record, I would like to say that the information referenced is having PHI, patient health information. That information was marked through, and there is no patient confidentiality issues submitted.
Anything further, council?
Nothing further with regard to those exhibits. So just to be clear, I want to make sure we understand exhibits B1 through B8 will be admitted into the record. For Ms. Swinenberg, exhibits A through D, as well as L through N, and then exhibits W through Y and exhibit Z. That's 11 exhibits, should be admitted into evidence, and in fact, they are marked as R1.
Those exhibits shall be admitted. The motion to, or the objection rather, to exhibits E, F, G, H, I, J, K, O, P, R, S, T, U, V. That objection will be sustained and those exhibits will not be a part of the record.
Very good. Given this is the appeal of Ms. Swinenberg, I would ask at this time that Ms. Swinenberg be sworn in.
You may proceed.
Ms. Swinenberg, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. We will begin with opening statements if there be any. I would note that, are there any witnesses other than Ms. Swinenberg that will be? Okay, thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present for the board. Was there a board member involved in the investigation of this matter? Okay. I would note that the hearing is open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. At this time, if you have no other preliminary matters, we'll begin with opening statements.
This matter before the board panel today involves Ms. Victoria Swinenberg and her appeal to an administrative denial that was issued her on on February 13th, 2020. The denial is based on her December 2019 RN endorsement application, whereby the state alleges that Ms. Swinenberg failed to disclose she had a pending action that was in the Texas Board of Nursing at the time she applied for endorsement. Ms. Swinenberg has appealed this denial. She is present today. She's provided evidence for the board to consider. I would remind the board, she does carry the burden to show why this board, should they consider to do so, to overturn the denial that was originally issued her February 13th, 2020.
Ms. Swinenberg, do you have a statement you'd like to make at this time?
Yes, sir, I do. I would like to refer to Exhibit Z. This was a application error on my part, to which I have stipulated from day one that I was notified of it. I incorrectly, well, I was informed by the Mississippi Board when I was first starting the application process that 2 applications were required. It was required that I apply for an RN license, and then once that was agreed to, I guess, or provided, that then I would apply for an APRN license. At the time, I have two separate nursing license numbers with the state of Texas. One is my nursing number, the other is my APRN. Sorry, it's my cuckoo clock. At the time, there was no flag on my Texas RN license. It was only on my Texas APRN license. And it was an APRN matter that I'm dealing with the Texas board on. And so I incorrectly, when I read that application question, I incorrectly assumed that it meant only RN, not APRN. I did not see the two as mutually one and the same. And I incorrectly answered no with the assumption of when it got to my APRN license, then I would disclose everything that was going on against my APRN license. So I did not intentionally, it was not my intent to deceive the Mississippi board. I was not clear, I guess, on what to disclose when. Should I have asked? Absolutely. And that is my error, which I take full responsibility for.
Counsel, are you ready to proceed with the case against Ms. Swinenberg?
Yes, it is Ms. Swinenberg's appeal. So the state would ask that Ms. Swinenberg provide her testimony, reserving the right to cross-examine.
Ms. Swinenberg, you may proceed.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure how this is supposed to go, but again, I incorrectly answered a question on the application wherein it asked if there were any current charges against my license. I said no, and that was a incorrect statement because there is a charge against my APRN license in Texas. That I guess that case is ongoing and we're working towards resolution. But I now reside in the state of Mississippi and have no plans to return to Texas. And so I am hoping to obtain my Mississippi license so I can resume practicing here in the state of Mississippi. I moved here for family reasons and will be here indefinitely and forever. And I don't know whether other testimony I'm supposed to present. I do have several. I was told that I needed to show the board that I am a safe provider and prescriber, and I have several exhibits to support that. One from my collaborating Texas physician, and then two from clinical specialists that I dealt with extensively in Texas. One from a peer.
Ms. Swinenberg, if I may interrupt.
Yes, sir.
We certainly appreciate you identifying those documents. Could you, I guess for the benefit of us tracking them, identify which exhibit letters they are?
Absolutely, sir. Exhibit L, as in Lucy, is a letter from my collaborating physician discussing the safety of my practice. I did have a letter supporting, well, that's irrelevant. Exhibit M, as in Mary, is a support letter from a clinical specialist that I worked with quite frequently in Texas as well, supporting the safety of my practice and habits. Exhibit N, as in Nancy, is a support letter from a peer that I worked with quite a bit. Exhibit W is another supporting letter from a clinical specialist that I worked with extensively in Texas. Exhibit Z, as in zebra, is my initial letter to the Mississippi board acknowledging the error that I had made on the application. I wrote that letter, I believe, the day the young lady phoned and told me that they were one and the same and not exclusive. And so I immediately sought to correct that. Exhibit X is a conditional letter of employment from a gentleman here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast who is wanting to hire me should I be granted a license. Obviously, that won't be accepted if I don't have a license. Exhibit Y is my BioT certification. I am a certified BioT healthcare provider. And Exhibit Z, again, is the letter to the Mississippi Board dated December 20th. Going back up to the top of the list, Exhibit A is my letter to the Mississippi Board acknowledging the administrative denial that came after the fact. And I do understand that your council has objections to some of the contents of the facts of that case. Again, I do apologize for that. I was not aware of the extent of what the Mississippi Board needed. And so I was trying to provide an abundance of information to you all in an effort to be as transparent as possible. Exhibit B, as in boy, is my current resume. Exhibit C, which has been entered, is my Texas Prescriptive Authority Agreement with my collaborating physician for the current year. Exhibit D, as in dog, is my Texas Collaborating Physician Agreement. I'm sorry, did I say C was, C is supposed to be my Prescriptive Authority Agreement. D is my collaborative agreement. I think I might have mixed that verbiage up. And that's just for your reference. I have worked with that same collaborating physician since 2015, and I can provide proof of that if needed. But again, this was a idiotic error on my part. I checked the wrong box with the intent to disclose during my APRN application, which was incorrect. So I am not disputing that at all. That was my error completely.
Anything further at this time, Ms. Winberg?
Not unless the board or someone has a specific question for me. Again, I'm new to this process, so.
Yes. Yes, the state would ask that I be allowed to cross-examine Ms. Wittenberg at this time.
You may proceed, counsel.
Ms. Wittenberg, I know you've stated your name for the record. Can you provide your current mailing address for the record?
Yes, ma'am. 16310 Hillsborough Road, Van Cleve, Mississippi, 39565.
Okay. And you have actually worked in Mississippi in the past, have you not?
No, I have not.
So you've never gotten a license number from Mississippi?
So that was when I submitted my application for RN, that number was generated. That was the day I received a phone call from the board saying, oops, we should not have issued that number because of this application issue. So that is why it was initially issued and then retracted, but it does look like I practice here. I have never practiced in the state of Mississippi.
Thank you for clarifying that, because it does on the system have that number, and it does look like you've endorsed previously. So
I
yes.
have not.
Okay. With that said, so you received the February 13th, 2020 letter administratively denying you an RN license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand, based on your testimony, as I have heard you just previously, the basis for that denial. Do you not?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware of that.
Okay. Okay. And so I do want to go then to the Texas charging document, which is B5C.
All right.
All right. You will note on the second page of B5C, the date that the Texas board filed formal charges against your licenses, and that was July 8, 2019. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand that that's when the Board of Nursing in Texas filed those charges. When did you receive this charging document from the Texas Board of Nursing?
It would have been very shortly thereafter. I cannot give an exact date on that.
Okay, safe to say that you received it sometime in July of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you note on the heading of Exhibit B5C that the charging document charged your permanent advanced practice registered nurse license and your permanent registered nurse license?
I did not notice that until now. And yeah, I did not notice that until now.
Okay. And so you would understand then the importance of having this formal charging document from the Texas Board of Nursing showing that it has charges against both your RN and APRN would certainly justify then the denial provided you when you were endorsing in as an RN and failed to disclose the Texas Board of Nursing pending action. You agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And if I may, I'm not sure, now that I'm actually re-looking at this, I'm not sure if I actually ever received this directly. I do have an attorney in Texas, and this would have gone to her. And she probably called me with it. Regardless, the information is there. I should have a copy of it. I should have been provided a copy of it. So I'm not going to hide behind that.
Okay.
I do understand what you're saying, and I agree. It was
Okay.
an idiotic mistake. There's no disputing that.
Okay, so walk with me now to some other documents here that's been admitted into evidence. I'd like to look at B7.
Scrolling down to that now, one moment.
Sure.
B7, okay.
All right, and on B7, it's actually the third page. But while you're scrolling to that third page, would you agree with me that B7 is your application for licensure by endorsement with the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
Yes, ma'am, I will agree to that. Yes.
Okay, and the page that I'm asking you to turn to is page 3. It is the fourth question under the heading discipline. Would you agree with me with that on that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and so the question on that application, specifically the fourth question under the disciplinary section on your application asks, have you ever been denied licensure / certification, had disciplinary action, or is action pending against you by a Board of Nursing, regulatory agency, or certifying organization of any state or jurisdiction? Would you agree that's what the question asks?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then would you then agree that your response was no?
Yes, I would.
Okay, though you did have at the time a Texas Board of Nursing action pending against your RN and LPN, excuse me, your RN and APRN licenses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I want to go now, Ms. Swinburg, to your Exhibit Z. And I'd like for you to look with me on the second page of your Exhibit Z.
We're talking C as in cat.
Oh, pardon, Z as in zebra.
Ah, okay. And I'm sorry, what page?
It's actually the letter that you submitted to the board on December 20th, 2019. I emailed
Yes, ma'am.
that separate to you.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Okay, perfect. Would you agree with me? You know, this is your response to the Board of Nursing trying to explain your current Texas issue. Would you agree? In
Yes.
part.
Yeah.
In part, right. And on that second page, I'd like to point to the first full paragraph where you state, my attorney and I are still working through resolution options with the Texas BON. And while they have backed off most of their issues, they continue to request Texas-based practice with supervision. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so I asked that because I'm sure the board is curious as to where you are with your Board of Nursing matter with Texas. And so when I'm reading this, I'm curious, is it being entertained that you work in Texas with supervision as a result of the pending action?
Ask that question one more time.
Is it my understanding, based on what you have written here, that Texas is wanting to resolve this matter, but with you practicing in Texas with supervision?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Wittenberg, again, notwithstanding the issues of why you are here today, based on the denial, I ask you, if Texas is asking you to practice in Texas to clear up or resolve any disciplinary issue, how then would you practice in Mississippi and in Texas if the board decided to allow your application to proceed?
Well, according to my attorney in Texas, of course, that's in Texas. Well, let me back up a minute. The Texas Board of Nursing wants me to work a minimal of 64 hours a week for 1 year and then take 2 classes to resolve this issue completely. And at the end of 1 year, it would be done. They would wipe my record clean and I would go back to have a multi-state license, et cetera, et cetera. My issue, I don't know if it's so much of an issue. My concern with that is I was in private practice and I closed that to move to Mississippi for family reasons. I don't know, in order to fulfill their requirement, my attorney has reached out to them and verified that they would allow telehealth for me to work in a telehealth role, meaning, from here in Mississippi, providing telehealth in the state of Texas to fulfill those hours. They have said that they would do that. The problem is, how am I supposed to get a job there when I'm here working with a license that is going to be restricted if they will ever sign it and get back to me, the order that is? That becomes very problematic. I mean, it's not easy to find a job. 2, it's especially hard to find a job if you're remote and you're not physically there for interviews. You don't know the people. It just becomes very difficult. According to my attorney in Texas, if I were to receive a Mississippi license, I would practice in the state of Mississippi under Mississippi license. And at that point, I could make my Texas license inactive, work here in Mississippi. And if I were to ever go back to Texas or wish to work under my Texas license, I would request it be reactivated and that board order would start then, if you will. And now that being said, I will gladly, if the Mississippi board is willing to grant my RN license and thereafter my APRN license, I would be happy to, work under these stipulations here in Mississippi, if that's what it takes. It's just 10 times, I don't want to go back to Texas. I have no desire to go back to Texas. My family is originally from Mississippi. I moved back here after my mom passed away and my dad needed help. And thinking of my mom yesterday had me upset. My dad is an otherwise well and healthy 82-year-old man. He's now back to being very active. I have no plans to leave the state. My husband and I are currently building our quote unquote forever home here on our property, our family property, and we're not leaving. What I want to do is go back to working on a part-time basis so I can still have plenty of time to spend with my father, which again is the whole reason I'm here. And I don't want to go back to Texas. I don't want to work in Texas. I want to work here. I want to be able to physically put my hands on people and take care of people and look people in the eye face to face, which is the kind of care I'm used to providing. It is nice to be able to offer telehealth services. I used to offer that in my own practice. But again, telehealth is great to me as an add-on to physical care. You know, if you have a patient that you've been taking care of for several, weeks, years, months, whatever the case may be, and they need to follow up on their labs, that to me is what telehealth should do. You're going over something simple. You're doing some basic follow-up. But the whole reason I became a nurse practitioner, well, a nurse, and then advanced on to a nurse practitioner is I want to physically take care of people. I want to be able to sit down with somebody. I want to be able to put my hand on them if I need to. I want to be able to listen to them. And, you can't do that through telehealth. And the thought of just working remotely through a computer is so unpersonal. It would almost make me feel like not doing anything, just dropping my license. Because it's just too impersonal, and it's not what I want to do. I want to be able to physically take care of people. And the only way I can do that is if I'm granted permission to practice here in the state of Mississippi.
Ms. Wittenberg, I'm sorry to hear about your mom, and you need just a minute?
No, I'm fine. I'm just a sap. My birthday was yesterday, and we drove up to Laurel, which is where my mom's from. So,
Okay, well.
yeah, give me 1 minute.
Yeah,
I'm a sap. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I have a few more questions, and I did not want to proceed until you felt ready, so take your time.
No, I'm good. Sorry about that.
Okay. It is curious though, Ms. Swindenberg, and I understand what you're explaining to the board, but I hope you do appreciate the quagmire you have put the board in today with regard to this appeal matter. Would you agree with me that the board is sort of stuck in trying to figure out, should they allow your application to proceed, yet you still have this pending action in Texas? How should they proceed? Do you understand that that presents somewhat of a quagmire for the board?
Yes, I do. And that's
Okay.
what I actually present out and throw out there, that if the Mississippi board wanted to grant my license under the same conditions that Texas were to provide, I'm happy to do that. I have no problem working under supervision.
Okay, because the other thing is, Ms. Wittenberg, this board would have no control over whatever the Texas Board of Nursing decided.
Understood.
That's the other
I
issue.
completely understand that.
Because I just want to make sure you understand that it would not be proper, for you to hide behind a Mississippi license and not confront or take care of your Texas board issue. That just wouldn't be fair.
Right. But again, according to my Texas attorney, I would not have to address that in the immediate if I were to make that license inactive. If I were to make my Texas license inactive, everything in Texas goes on a hold status until such time as I were to want to work under that license again. And then I would have to fulfill out the stipulations of that order with Texas.
I understand. And we're talking a lot about what ifs, but I guess the worst case scenario that I would provide you today is this: be sure you understood. let's say Texas did something harsher to your Texas license. Do you understand that that could have further repercussions on a Mississippi license should the board decide to grant that? You proceed with your application today.
Yes, but.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I do, but I've already sent you a copy of the order that they have, that we have with them, and we're waiting for a couple of clerical corrections to that order, but it's pretty much a done case. I mean, I've already
I
gone through
understand.
mediation with them. They've already dropped several of their allegations that we have proved were not accurate. And, you know, I mean, it kind of is what it is right now. And, you know, it's the Texas board, once they get a charge, they just don't drop it. I mean, period, end of story.
I just wanted you to understand. I understand what you're telling me and I understand what you've sent me, but nothing's been finalized. And so, you know, I just needed you to know that worst case scenario, if the board decides to grant you licensure so that you may proceed with your application, and then Texas does something different from what you're stating, it just could have further repercussions of your Mississippi license. I just want to make sure you understand that.
I do understand that.
Okay, all right. And you mentioned earlier that you have a potential employment opportunity in Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that and what would you be doing?
That is Exhibit X. Excuse me. That is Exhibit X. That
Okay.
is a health clinic in Gulfport, Mississippi. It's a new clinic that they're establishing, and I would be providing. I'd be working part-time, and primarily doing hormone therapy and hormone care, as well as I think they're still trying to decide how much. I don't think they want to be a full primary care clinic, but they're still kind of exploring what all is involved in that. Because, you know, like I mentioned to them, you know, most people, if they have insurance, they want to use their insurance. I mean, it's silly not to. I mean, if you've got to pay for insurance, you might as well use it. So, but there are certain providers to do if they're going to accept insurance. And so I think they're kind of looking at that to understand that better.
Okay.
How much care we can provide. They're not wanting to do sickness per se. They're wanting it to be more of a wellness clinic and promoting wellness and helping people, you know, with their hormones. And I think they're planning on doing some, you know, some dietary weight management type things like that. They're still kind of ironing all that out. I mean, I could get additional information on that if need be.
No, that's good. How many persons would be working in the clinic? Would it just be you and a physician, or is it fully staffed, and how many people does that involve? Just
Right.
curious.
So it will have obviously a front desk reception person. It would have 1 to 2 medical assistants. There is another nurse practitioner that is going to be working full time. There is a physician, I believe he's out of his primary care, who is a primary care physician, who is based out of, I think his solo practice is in Ocean Springs or Biloxi. And so he'll be working with this clinic also, and in more of a supervisory role. And I believe he'll be there maybe 1 or 2 days a week. I'm not sure about that. I did not get that information directly. But he'll definitely be available, you know, for whatever questions, issues, concerns we have. I would assume, just like any other collaborating physician, you available 24/7. I don't know how much he is committed to actually being physically in the clinic. That I do not have.
Okay. And just for the record, Ms. Wittenberg, and I apologize, I probably should have asked this earlier in your testimony, is how long have you been a nurse?
I have been a registered nurse since 2007, and I have been an APRN since 2012. And that should be on my resume, which is Exhibit B.
And again, I'm not, let me see, let me look at Exhibit B.
I will pull it up also in case you have questions.
I just wanted to honestly, just at a glance, it just looks that all of your nursing experience has been in Texas. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes, I went to
Okay.
nursing school in Texas and have practiced there. Again, just moved from Texas in August last year, back to Mississippi to help take care of my dad.
Okay.
Until then,
And,
I had no intention to ever leave Texas.
All right. And finally, Ms. Windenberg, just to wrap things up, should the board decide to allow you to proceed with your application for licensure in Mississippi, would you be willing to do anything that the board asked of you?
Absolutely. Except for moving back to Texas, I'm not moving back to Texas.
I'm not sure the board has jurisdiction to make you move anywhere, Ms. Windenberg.
But yes, I mean, whatever the board felt was appropriate to have me do to make sure that they felt, because I do understand and appreciate that the board's role is to make sure that the residents and individuals in the state of Mississippi are safe and that they are providing licenses to people who they feel in their best knowledge, interest, and whatever are going to provide safe care to the residents of the state. And that's why I, piled so much data on y'all with regard to exhibits is, I would like to, just say, I am a safe healthcare provider and I always have been. And my record clearly speaks for itself. There's never been any other charge or claim against me or my license. There's never been a single patient complaint. For the record, am I allowed to say that even this board issue that's against me is a healthcare professional? It's not an individual. Am I allowed to say that? I guess I already said it, so. I mean, there's never been a patient complaint. There's never been any harm. This case against me in Texas is not about patient harm, which I would never do. But whatever the state of Mississippi felt was appropriate to make sure that I'm safe and doing the right thing here in the state, I do not have a problem doing whatever they need me to do.
Okay.
I mean, if they want me to
Nothing
do
further.
if they want me to do extra CEUs, that's fine. If they want me to take a course here or there, I can do that. And just if they want me to work under supervision, I'm fine to do that. I have, and I would like to say I have no intention of going back into private practice by myself. It's too much work. It's too much of a headache. So.
All right. Well, I have no further questions, Ms. Windenberg, of you. The board may.
Do any of the board members have questions for Ms. Swinburne?
Thank you, Ms. Swindenberg, and good morning. This is Blake Ward. How are you?
I'm fine, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Great. I did have a couple of questions. You provided Exhibit X that you referenced earlier from Integrated Medical and Wellness Clinic when you were answering questions about prospective employment.
Yes, sir.
First question is, who is Dave Rao? He has
Dave Rowe.
apparently written and signed this letter, but he offers no credentials behind his name.
All right. He is a civilian, if you will. He is not a healthcare provider. It is my understanding he's been in, I'm not going to say in healthcare, but he's managed and owned several clinics in the Mississippi area for some time. But he is a non-healthcare provider who is, I guess, the financial and the management brains behind the clinic, who got together with the supervising physician and, came up with this, great idea for this need that was in that area. And then he got my information from BioT, which is a hormone certification program. He got my information from their state rep. And so we kind of connected that way. And but he is not a healthcare provider, if that's what you're asking.
Thank you. And the second and last question is, do you have any prospective collaborating physicians, anyone in mind that you would be collaborating with right now, or have you made it that far?
It would be whoever he is using with the clinic. I know he's got a, obviously every clinic has to have a, what's the word? Medical director. And the medical director for his clinic is the collaborating physician. I don't have his name off the top of my head. I can probably search through my email and pull it up if I need to. Would that help? Should I search for that real quick?
No need. I was just curious.
Okay. Sorry about that. I should have
Thank you.
probably foreseen that question and had it handy.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Any further questions from members of the board? Ms. Winenberg, do you have anything further you'd like to share with the board regarding this matter?
I guess I don't. I'm sorry I can't tell you more about the charges in Texas to help shed some light on that. But I guess the only question I would have is, since I am new to this and these proceedings, what are the next steps? Does the board make a decision today, next week? What happens from here?
We will get to that shortly.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Anything further, council?
Nothing further from the state.
At this time, there are closing statements. We will have those at this time. Ms. Winenberg.
Okay, in closing, I would just like to again state that I do apologize for the misrepresentation. It was not intentional. I know it looks like it was, but I promise you it was not an intentional error or misrepresentation on my part. And, you know, whatever the Mississippi board feels is appropriate to allow me to practice here in the state of Mississippi, I very much hope that you will. I am very safe. I am very conscientious, and I'll do whatever the state needs me to do to prove that. If I could be given the opportunity to practice here locally.
Thank you, council. You may proceed.
It's clear that the February 13th, 2020 administrative denial was supported by clear and convincing evidence, and that Ms. Wittenberg, when applying for her RN license, failed to disclose the pending Texas Board of Nursing action against her RN and APRN licenses. But we are here today on Ms. Wittenberg's appeal of that denial letter. And Ms. Wittenberg carries the burden to show why this board panel should consider overturning the February 13th, 2020 denial. You've heard testimony, you've read evidence, and you will deliberate on that evidence and testimony that's been elicited here today. And you will understand that the pending action in Texas is an issue. What should the board do? The board has several options available. You've heard Ms. Wittenberg state that she would do anything necessary. You've also heard that she appreciates and understands that should the Texas board do something more than she's testified to today, that it could have repercussions on any Mississippi license that this board decides to grant her through proceeding with her application. So in light of all of that, the state would just ask that the board evaluate the evidence, consider testimony in light of the burden Ms. Wittenberg carries in this action today.
Thank you, council. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed determination regarding executive session on this matter.
I move that the board goes into closed determination session to determine whether executive session is needed. Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor? Aye.
been moved and properly seconded. Board is approved. We will now go into closed determination regarding executive session.
I'm sorry, do we all just wait, or is that the conclusion of the meeting?
Okay, Ms. Windenberg, they are going to deliberate now on this matter, and they will momentarily have a decision. So you can either stay on
Oh.
the line or,
No, I'll
Or-
hold. I wasn't sure what was happening.
okay. Okay,
I'm going to mute myself for the time being.
Y'all know what part of Mississippi she?
Mute.
He's ready.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We are back on the record. Ms. Winenberg, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, thank you. After deliberation, this decision has been recommended. The administrative denial is reversed with the following stipulations: a $500 fine, 12 months quarterly employer reports. Is there a motion regarding this?
So moved.
I second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. How do you vote?
Nancy Norris, yes.
Blake Ward, yes.
Laura Moore, yes.
The motion is
Vicky,
approved. The motion is approved. Ms. Winenberg, you'll receive your decision from us in approximately 2 weeks. Thank you for your participation today. You may
Thank
be
you.
excused.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore?
Ms. Gore?
Text her. Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore, can you hear me? Maybe she doesn't have her volume. Ms. Gore?
We always do something, get that nut on that bolt, or, to get this fixed, you gotta hold your mouth right.
I'm gonna give her a phone call. Ms. Gore, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I did unmute it.
Okay, we can hear you. Can you, I don't think that you can hear us. Would you make sure
Right.
that the volume is turned up on your computer?
Yes, it's turned all the way up.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, so you obviously cannot hear me still. Think no people? Questions? Do you know how to test your computer audio within Zoom?
No, sir.
Volume turned off the bottom right-hand side of the screen. There'd be a volume.
I mean, I've done Zoom meetings with my church and everything, and the audio worked fine.
If you would, take a look at the bottom right of your computer screen. You'll see what looks like a speaker. If you'll left click on that, that's another place where the volume control may be located.
Okay, I
Very bottom right.
don't see a speaker.
Okay. You may have to click a little up arrow to expose all of the little icons there on the bottom right.
You on an Apple or a Mac?
I'm still not seeing it.
I put up. What kind of computer does you?
What kind of computer are you on, Ms. Gore?
It's an HP laptop. Let me try to sign on my phone.
I suppose we could communicate over the telephone. Well, actually, no, because she's not going to be able to hear board member questions. Can someone pull up the Zoom so we can kind of Stephanie, we have it up. So we can take a look and possibly give her some direction.
That's why she said it's turned all the way up, but even if it's turned all the way up, has it all, that bottom right?
I'm so sorry.
You click the start function on the bottom left. Is there a little area that you can search in?
Well, I'll have to leave the meeting.
Or
Yeah.
on your computer,
Uh-huh.
on the bottom left, where you typically hit start or access all of the programs, is there, when you click on that, is there a kind of a blank box where you can search?
Yes.
Okay.
Adjust volume. Mm-hmm. It says adjust volume. Okay. It says 100%. Mm-hmm. I did have some speakers connected to it, but I unplugged them. Okay. What's mono audio? Okay. Let me see. Okay. It says off when I clicked it. Now it says on. So the mono audio is on. It says mono audio combines left and right audio channels into one channel.
Let's turn that back off.
Okay.
And so when you clicked adjust volume, what options did you have before you?
It says make your device easier to hear, change device volume, and it says 100%. And then it says change the device or app volume, and then change other
Let's do
sound
that.
settings. Okay, change the device or app volume.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And it says choose your output device.
Like that.
Speakers high definition audio device.
What are your options?
It says choose your output device, and then in a box it says speakers high definition audio device, and it has an arrow down, but when I click on that, nothing happens.
Okay, select that option then.
Okay.
Okay, did anything happen when you selected that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you do or do not have speakers hooked up to your computer?
Right. Let me get my mom's laptop.
Maybe she could use via phone, be a lot easier.
Should Zoom downloaded on an iPhone?
If we have a question, we could just use your phone. And
Not Zoom download on an iPhone.
MacBook.
Probably. Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore, would you like to try accessing Zoom through your phone?
Yes, sir. I was going to try to access it through my mother's MacBook.
Let's try that. And our person will be standing by to give you access back to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ronna Gore. Okay, I should be able to hear y'all now.
Can you hear me, Ms. Gore?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, good deal. All right, I'm gonna hang up.
Okay.
That's her. Excellent. Okay, I think we're good to go now, Ms. Gore. Nice job.
All right.
The next matter before the board, Ronna Gore, case number 2019-0535. At this time, I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn.
Ms. Gore, do you have any witnesses?
No, sir.
So Ms. Gore would be the only witness in this matter.
Ms. Gore, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Gore, this is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as a hearing officer today. Are you represented by an attorney?
No, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Do you also understand that you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Do you further understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And finally, do you understand that you have the right to issue subpoenas by the board?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Are there any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, sir, there would be two. First, I would like to handle the admission of exhibits. The state would offer at this time that exhibits B1 through B11, as well as respondents' exhibits R1 through R5 be admitted into evidence.
Are there any objections? So admitted. What's next, counsel?
Yes, at this time, the state would ask for this board to solicit a response from Ms. Gore to the charges made against her as found in Exhibit B5.
Can we go off the record for a moment? Okay, we're back on the record. Okay, I'd like to have those charges read on the record, please, counsel.
Yes. Specifically, the board is alleging that the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 731529(1)K, and the respondent engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Specifically, on or about March 25th, 2019, Hernando, Mississippi Police arrested respondent for possession of paraphernalia during a traffic stop, namely 2 glass crack pipes containing unknown burned residue. On or about June 5th, 2019, respondent pled guilty to possession of paraphernalia in the municipal court of the city of Hernando, Mississippi. The court accepted respondent's guilty plea and issued an order of non-adjudication. Court ordered respondent complete approximately 12 months of supervised probation, during which time respondent must, among other conditions, attend Alcoholics Anonymous classes on a regular and consistent basis.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, Ms. Gore, we ask that you issue a response to the complaint.
Did we lose her?
Can you hear me, Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore? Ms. Gore?
Let's go off the record.
Hello, James Cranmore. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Just wanted to test to make sure you could hear us. We could hear you before we start with yours, which I think you'll be next.
Okay,
So just
great.
hang
Thank you.
tight. Thank you.
Okay, I will.
Anna Gore, are you on the Zoom?
Ms. Gore?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. We're back.
Yes. Can y'all see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I suppose we should ensure that you heard a full rendition of the charges.
We're back on the record. Ms. Gore,
Yes, sir.
were you able to hear the charges prior to being disconnected?
Not all of them. It ended, with the charge of paraphernalia, and then it went into details. That's when I got cut off.
So, Ms. Gore, the Board of Nursing charges that you violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1K, and that you engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. That on or about March 25th, 2019, Hernando, Mississippi Police arrested respondent, which is you, for possession of paraphernalia during traffic stop, namely 2 glass crack pipes containing unknown burned residue. On or about June 5th, 2019, respondent pled guilty to possession of paraphernalia in the municipal court of the city of Hernando, Mississippi. The court accepted respondent's guilty plea and issued an order of non-adjudication. Court ordered respondent complete approximately 12 months of supervised probation, during which time respondent must, among other conditions, attend Alcoholics Anonymous classes on a regular and consistent basis.
Were you able to hear those charges in their entirety, Ms. Gore?
Yes, sir.
At this time, we'll allow you to give a response to that complaint.
Okay.
Ms. Gore? at
Yes.
this time, we would ask for a response as whether or not there's an admission to the complaint or a denial of the complaint as alleged.
Okay, I do admit to it.
All right, now we can proceed off the record. I'd like to give the opportunity for opening statement. I will waive, but she may well wish to. Okay, back on.
All right, we're back on the record. At this time, we will allow for opening statements. Ms. Gore, would you like to make one at this time?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Okay, I just want to kind of explain a history.
And before you get started, Ms. Gore, I'll make as a matter of record, the state waives opening. So we should, if it's permissible to the board, I would move that we go ahead into the testimonial portion of Ms. Gore.
You can proceed, Ms. Gore.
Okay. November the 24th of 2015, my 19-year-old son got killed in a car wreck. And my life changed that day. I couldn't see living without him, you know. It's a pain that feels like a true heart attack. It feels like just a crushing heart pain, you know, short of breath. And anyway, for that first year after his death, I didn't want to live. I would go to bed every night praying that God would not let me be breathing in the morning. But thank God he didn't let that happen. And I tried to with alcohol and drugs. I tried to go be with him. That's what I call myself doing. And I developed a problem. And after a year, I woke up one morning and I decided that I'm going to be grateful for the 19 years I did have with him and forgive God and quit blaming him and asking why. And at that point is when I started my healing process. I've been a nurse for 21 years this month, and I've never been in trouble with the Board of Nursing. I worked in med-surg as an LPN for the first 14 years, and for the last 7 years, I worked as an RN in med-surg, ICU, case management, and now I work at Gastro One in South Haven. I pre-op and post-op our colonoscopy and endoscopy patients, and I love it. I have no access to any narcotics. We don't give those there, just the nurse anesthetist does. And a year ago in March, I did have 2 crack pipes, and that's the last time I used. And I have a year clean and sober. May the 31st was my sobriety date. But my life now consists of sponsoring. I have 2 sponsees in AA. I go to meetings just about every night. I go to the 7 o'clock at Pleasant Hill. Just about every night. And I go to Celebrate Recovery. And I go to church. And I have a greater relationship with Jesus Christ than I've ever had. I think if my faith would have been stronger when Dalton died, that I wouldn't have turned to drugs and alcohol to relieve the pain. But that's what I did. And I can't change the past. And I just hope that God will use my past to help someone else who's been through the same thing. I know I have to pay for my past mistakes, but I'm praying that y'all will have leniency because I don't want to lose my nursing license. I'm on a good road now. I love my recovery life. I love it. And if the only thing I would change in my past is losing Dalton. But as far as the mistakes I've made, I've grown from them and I've learned from them. I love being a nurse. It's my chosen career. And I just hope you guys have leniency on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do any board members have questions for Ms. Gore?
Hey, Ms. Gore, this is Laura Moore on the board. I have a question, and forgive me if this is somewhere else, but you said, so in 2015, so from 2015 to 16, you were using drugs and alcohol.
Yes.
And you were arrested in 2019.
Right.
So what happened between 2016 and 2019?
Well, I spent a lot of time trying to recover, but I kept relapsing. And AA kept accepting me back, and I go to NA too. But I wasn't using every day, and I never stole any drugs from work or anything. And I never went to work high. It was just mainly weekends when I was alone and hurting. So, but I've got it right this time. I know I have, because God's on my side.
During that time, you said drugs and alcohol. Could you state kind of what specifically drugs? I mean, since you're arrested with crack pipes, was that something that you were using since 2015?
Cocaine, yes, and alcohol.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board?
Hi, Ms. Gore, and good morning. This is Blake Ward, board member.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have several meeting attendance forms. Are you currently in meetings?
Yes, sir. Every night. If I don't go to a meeting, I'm going to church or Celebrate Recovery.
That's all. Great. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board members? Anything further, council?
Yes, the state would like the opportunity to cross-examine the testimony.
may proceed.
Thank you. So Ms. Gore, you testified in 2015 to 2016, you began using alcohol and cocaine,
Mm-hmm.
and you developed a problem with that.
Yes.
You currently have a problem with alcohol and cocaine.
Well, I'm in recovery. I'll always be an addict and alcoholic. There's no cure, but there's treatment, and that's what I'm doing.
All right, and what treatment have you undertaken since your sobriety date of May 31st, 2019?
Well, in my AA meetings, I got a sponsor and we worked the 12 steps. And I live those 12 steps every day.
Anything else? Have
No,
you-
sir, no inpatient rehab or anything.
Have you submitted to a chemical dependency assessment of any kind?
No, sir.
What step are you currently working on?
I'm on step 9.
Which is?
Making amends. Made a list of all the persons we had harmed and try to make amends to them.
When is the last time that you practiced nursing, Ms. Gore?
Yesterday,
And where are you employed?
Gastro 1 in South Haven, Mississippi.
What kind of facility is that?
It's an endoscopy and colonoscopy center. It's also a clinic. I pre-op and post-op colonoscopy and endoscopy patients.
Do you have access to controlled substances in your position?
No, sir.
And your testimony was the last time that you used a controlled substance of any kind, controlled, mood altering, was May 31st, 2019.
Yes, sir.
That includes prescribed controlled substances. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I have no prescribed controlled substances.
Have you submitted anything to the board in advance of this hearing that would indicate a satisfactory level of work performance by your current employer?
No, sir, because I didn't want them to know about this.
You understand that as a result of this hearing, you may be compelled to inform your employer about this?
I hope I don't, because I don't want to lose my job.
What is your desire of a result from this hearing, Ms. Gore?
Well, I was praying for God's will to be done, but I was hoping his will would be that y'all would drop it.
That we would place no restriction on your license?
Right. Yes, sir.
I believe that to be in the best interest of the public, given your stated history of drug abuse, addiction, and consistent relapse and lack of treatment?
Yes, sir.
I would disagree.
And the charges have been dismissed.
And that's as evidenced in Exhibit R5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nonetheless, your history of drug addiction and relapse is still a fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you sponsored individuals?
For about 3 months. I have 2 sponsees.
You also provided some drug screen results today for examination by the board.
Yes, sir.
Were those a part of your non-adjudication order?
Yes, sir.
What were the results for those drug screens?
They were all negative.
What is the drug and alcohol awareness program or operated by the Justice Network of Mississippi?
It's it was 2 different classes I had to go to on Saturday morning. They lasted about 3.5 hours, and it was just an educational setting about drugs and alcohol.
All right, I only have a couple more questions for you, Ms. Gore. It will be my recommendation today to the board hearing panel that you be placed under a minimum of extended period of probation that would contain employer reports, drug screening. If the board were to adopt that recommendation, would you comply?
If that's what I had to do, yes.
No further questions.
Any further questions from the board members? Anything further, council?
Only closing.
Ms. Gore, would you like to make a closing statement to the board?
Yes. Like I said, I hope that y'all have leniency on me. And I don't know if probation would consist of me informing my employer of my charge, but it is very embarrassing. And I'd rather them not know about it because I'm afraid they'll fire me, you know? I mean, they may not. They may be understanding and supportive, but I don't know that. So I really hope I don't have to let them know. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Council?
Unfortunately, the maintenance of Ms. Gore's job is the last concern that should be by this panel. Primary concern of this panel should be the health and safety of the patients that receive care from Ms. Gore. Ms. Gore has admitted on the record today to the charges faced against her or alleged against her. Ms. Gore has stated under oath that she does have a drug addiction problem, and while she does have some understanding of the disease of addiction, notating that there is no cure and requires extended treatment, I believe that she is sorely mistaken that somehow she is to resolve this matter without any stipulation imposed by this board. It is incumbent upon this board to ensure that Ms. Gore delivers good care to her patients. It is my recommendation that in order to ensure that good care is delivered, stipulations in the form of probation be placed on her license for a minimum of 60 months. 60 months is the documented gold standard of monitoring for a person suffering from substance use disorder. Ms. Gore has admitted that she has not obtained any inpatient treatment or other treatment of any kind absent 7 hours of education and continued AANA attendance. She has not completed a chemical dependency evaluation. The state would go a step further than in addition to the 60 months of probation that is recommended, which would entail drug testing, further that her license be suspended until such time a chemical dependency evaluation can be completed so that she can comply with those recommendations. I just remind the board, the best interest today is that of the patient, that of the one that will receive health care from Ms. Gore. She does have documentation of negative drug screens maintained by the court proceeding for which she was a party to. She does have documentation of AANA calendar. But frankly, her expectation of the outcome today gives this prosecutor great pause in her mindset and ability to practice safely, and especially without any stipulation imposed by the board. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, I entertain a motion to go into closed determination regarding executive session.
I move that the board goes into closed determination session to determine whether executive session is needed. Is there a second? Second by Nancy Norris. All those in favor? Mike Ward.
Shirley Jackson. Laura Moore.
Motion carries.
Ms. Gore.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The board panel has voted, I believe, or is considering a motion to go into closed determination to consider what action will be taken on this case. If you'll just stand by, they will go into deliberation and you should hear a finding within a short amount of time, anywhere from 30 minutes to perhaps 1 hour. Fair.
Okay.
Ms. Gore?
Yes, sir.
I think the panel is ready.
Okay. I've been praying.
We are back on the record. Following deliberation in the matter of Rana Gore, case number 2019-0535. The board rendered a decision as follows. Fine, $500. Quarterly employer reports for 48 months. Chemical and psychological evaluations, 90 days within which to complete. Probation for a minimum of 48 months or longer if recommended by the assessor. Nursing license suspended, stayed, however, if the licensee complies with the stipulations for a minimum of 48 months aforementioned. Is there a motion?
So moved. Those voting in favor, Blake Ward, aye.
Laura Moore, aye.
Motion carries. Ms. Gore, you will receive a written notification of this order. This time you are excused.
Okay, I got a question.
Yes, Ms. Gore.
You said my license are suspended?
So ultimately, Ms. Gore, it appears to me that the board has ordered that your license be suspended. However, that suspension has stayed, basically meaning it's placed on hold so long as you comply with the requirements listed in the board order. Should you not comply with the requirements in the board order, the suspension will be enforced.
Okay, all right, so I can continue to work.
Correct. There's no action currently entered on your license. The board order will be produced within a period of approximately 2 weeks, at which time the probation will be placed on your license and you'll be required to comply with the order.
Okay, and my employer has to send something every 3 months?
It'll all be spelled out in the order for you, Ms. Gore. As part of those requirements, you'll be required to meet with a compliance officer, which can happen virtually. In that compliance conference, you'll be informed of all the requirements within that board order and how to comply with those requirements, such as employer reports. But it's my understanding right now that employer reports is a part of your board order.
Okay. For 48 months?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Ready. Next before the board, Brittany Cole, case number COLE-ADF 6ZK. And this is actually an agreed settlement proposal. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the agreed settlement proposal. You ready to vote? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nancy Norris Johnson, aye. Shirley Jackson, aye.
That one is approved.
Thank you.
I think Laura, Miss Shirley, weren't you the, you are not the alternate on that? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Excellent, thank you. I'll let Brett know that we're ready for Cranmore. Jacobs, then Collins.
Next before the board, Sarah Barentine, case number 2018-0191.
Shall I proceed?
You may.
As a preliminary matter, I call Floyd Wiley.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record. And in what capacity are you here today?
Bailiff.
And have you made a determination of whether Sarah Barentine is present and available for her hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. Checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. To the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response.
I'm now going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit B2. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B2?
It's a computer printout of the licensure of Sarah Barentine.
Is there a primary address indicated on Exhibit B2?
Yes. That address is 202 Ratliff Street in Winona, Mississippi.
Thank you. I now want to direct your attention to Exhibit B5. Would you identify for the record, please? Exhibit B5.
It's the complaint notice of hearing to Sarah Barentine.
Okay, in examining the 2 notices of hearing and complaints contained in Exhibit B5, I'll move to the most recent dated March 17, 2020. Can you please confirm on that notice of hearing that the name and address for Sarah Barentine indeed matches the address contained on Exhibit B2?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Thank you. At what time and location is this notice of hearing directing Ms. Barentine to appear?
She was directed to be here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing on today's date, Thursday, June 18th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll direct your attention to the final page of Exhibit B5. Will you identify that for the record, please?
It's a green card proof of service.
Okay, and can you confirm that the certified mail number affixed to this green card proof of service indeed matches the certified mail number on the front page of the notice of hearing of Exhibit B5?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Thank you. And in fact, is there a signature indicated on the green card proof of service?
Yes, it is a signature.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the state would move to proceed with this case as all statutory requirements for notice have been met.
You may proceed.
The state would move that exhibits B1 through B12 be admitted into evidence.
Any further exhibits, counsel?
That will be all.
They're admitted.
The state would rest on its pleadings.
Anything further, counsel?
Nothing further.
The next matter before the board, Terry Jacobs, case number 014552.
As a preliminary matter, the state would call Floyd Wiley.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
Floyd Wiley,
And in what capacity are you here today?
bailiff.
And have you made a determination of whether Terry Jacobs is present and available for the hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times for no response. Back of the building, called her name 5 times for no response. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in.
Thank you. Now direct your attention to Exhibit B2. Would you identify that for the record, please?
That's a computer printout of the licensure of Terry Jacobs.
Is there a primary address indicated?
Yes, the address is 1305 Lake, Mississippi.
Thank you. And now I want to direct your attention to Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B5?
Okay, it is a complaint, notice of hearing, and undelivered mail.
Okay, in examining B5, can you confirm that the address and name of Terry Jacobs indeed matches the address listed in Exhibit B2?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Okay, thank you. In examining the final page of Exhibit B5, will you identify that for the record?
It is a mail, piece of mail from the Board of Nursing sent to Terry Jacobs that was undeliverable.
And in fact, can you confirm that the certified mail number attached to this envelope indeed matches the certified mail number on the front page Exhibit B5?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Thank you. I would now direct your attention to Exhibit B13, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B13?
It's a proof of publication.
And can you please identify in what publication?
It's to the Scott County Times.
Okay. And to whom is directed to appear at what location?
Terry Jacobs, and she is to appear here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing on today's date, June 18th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you. And can you confirm that this was in fact published for 3 consecutive weeks? And if so, what are those dates?
Yes, it was. And those dates are March 25th, 2020, April 1st, 2020, April the 8th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. The state would now move to proceed with this matter as all statutory requirements for notice have been met.
You may proceed.
The state would move exhibits B1 through B14 be admitted into evidence.
Any further exhibits, counsel?
Nothing further.
Those are admitted.
The state would rest on its pleadings.
Thank you, counsel. The next matter before the board, Beatrice Collins, case number 2019-0351.
As a preliminary matter, I call Floyd Wiley.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name for the record.
Floyd Wiley,
What capacity are you here today?
bailiff.
And have you made a determination of whether Beatrice Collins is present and available for her hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in. I checked the respondent sign-in sheet. She has not signed in. I went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times with no response. Went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times with no response.
Thank you. Now direct your attention to Exhibit B2. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B2?
Is a computer printout of the licensure of Beatrice Collins.
And would you please identify, if indicated, a primary address affixed to Exhibit B2?
Yes, and that primary address is 3143 Latimer Road in Horn Lake, Mississippi.
Thank you. And now direct your attention to Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify that for the record?
It's a notice of hearing and a piece of undelivered mail.
Thank you. And looking at Exhibit B5, can you indeed confirm that the address and name do match the primary address indicated on Exhibit B2?
The names and addresses do match.
Thank you. And examining the final page of Exhibit B5, can you please identify that for the record?
The undelivered mail.
Okay, and if you will please read from the yellow label affixed to the envelope.
Reads return to sender, attempted, unable to forward.
Thank you. And can you confirm that the certified mail number attached to this envelope indeed matches the certified mail number on the front page of Exhibit B5, notice of hearing?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Thank you. I now direct your attention to Exhibit B6, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B6?
Affidavit of publications through the DeSoto Times.
Thank you. And to whom and at what location is this publication directing to appear?
Is directing Beatrice Collins to appear here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing on today's date, Thursday, June the 18th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you. Can you confirm that this was in fact published for 3 consecutive weeks? And if so, what are those dates?
Yes, those dates are April the 30th, 2020, May the 7th, 2020, May the 14th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. This time, the state would move to proceed with this matter as all statutory requirements for notice have been met.
You may proceed.
The state would move exhibits B1 through B7 be admitted into evidence.
Any further exhibits, counsel?
No further exhibits.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. The state would rest on its pleadings.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to foreclose determination whether to enter into executive session.
I move that the board go into closed determination session to determine whether executive session is needed. Is there a second?
I second.
Those voting in favor, Blake Ward, aye.
Shirley Jackson, aye. Laura Moore, aye.
That motion carries. Sarah Barentine, 2018-0191. Terry Jacobs, case number 014552. Beatrice Collins, case number 2019-0351. Entertain a motion for those revocations to be approved.
So moved. Your second? Taking advice.
Larimore, aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
So James?
Hello?
James, are you gonna use your camera?
Yeah, can you see me?
We're gonna pin you.
Well, actually, I need to get Vera in here.
The next matter before the board, James Cranmore, case number 2018-0272. Mr. Cranmore present?
I am.
I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn at this time.
Okay, we would have Mr. Cranmore and Miss Vera Rucker.
Mr. Cranmore and Ms. Rucker, would you please raise your right hands to be sworn? Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Cranmore, are you represented by an attorney?
I am not.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir, I do.
You also understand that you have the right to present witnesses and
Yes,
evidence
sir,
on
I
your
do.
behalf.
Yes, sir.
You further understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
Do you further understand that you have the right to subpoenas issued by the board?
Yes, sir.
Any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, there are two preliminary matters before the board today. The first of which is admitting exhibits. The board at this time would move that exhibits B1 through B14 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
None from me.
They are admitted.
And Mr. Cranmore, do you have any exhibits that you wish for the board to review?
What I gave to y'all was just history of my drug screen since this last treatment that I had attended. I gave that to the gentleman that came out to my truck. I was told they may not be accepted because I was supposed to send them in 5 days prior. So I dropped the ball on that one. But like I said, it was just drug screens from the past year, all showing my sobriety.
Yes, and the state's response is we did receive this packet of information today. Our paralegal, Mr. Aaron Jackson, did receive it from Mr. Cranmore. However, we had corresponded with Mr. Cranmore May 14th, 2020, regarding his hearing and asking for exhibits, and again on June 10, 2020, asking that his exhibits be submitted by June 11th, and pursuant to our rules of disciplinary procedure 2825. Again, we just ask that those exhibits not be admitted, given that Mr. Cranmore did not submit those in a timely fashion.
Based on counsel's motion and explanation, they will not be admitted.
The second preliminary matter that pleases the board is Mr. Cranmore and I did speak prior to this hearing about 30 minutes ago, and I explained to Mr. Cranmore that there were two options with regard to going forward. Either he could plead guilty to the charges as alleged in the complaint, or he could plead not guilty to the charges in the complaint, that it was up to him. And his response to me was that his desire is to plead guilty to the charges that have been alleged in the complaint before this panel today.
Mr. Cranmore, do you affirm that to be the case?
I do affirm.
Thank you, sir. Counsel?
Yes, and at this time, given Mr. Cranmore's guilty plea and admission of exhibits, the state at this time would like to rest on the pleadings and the evidence duly admitted and reserve the right to call Ms. Vera Rucker as a rebuttal witness, and would like for Mr. Cranmore now to proceed with this case.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Cranmore, you may proceed.
Okay. So when I met with the board on December 5th of 2018, I was told to meet with a compliance officer and meet all the stipulations that the compliance officer told me I needed to do. I signed an affidavit, and in 6 months we would look at my case again. And so I did that, but I started doing that. But soon into it, I relapsed on Kratom. It's a gas station drug. And I went back to treatment soon after that in April of 2019. So I was in treatment. My new sobriety date is April 6, 2019. And I got out, and I have been sober ever since. I I hate that my drug screens can't be entered into the evidence but that's totally my fault. Like I said, I dropped the ball on that. But I do have evidence of my sobriety since I since since I got out of treatment for the second time, and I do sincerely apologize um for the relapse. But I feel like have a totally different mindset since then. A lot of things have changed. That's all.
Council, any questions for Mr. Cranmore?
Yes, Mr. Cranmore, I am looking at Exhibit B5.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me find that real quick.
Yep.
Okay, B5. I got it.
Okay, and would you agree with me that the second page of that B5 are the allegations that you just pled guilty to?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to read this and make sure the record captures this. So you are pleading guilty to having violated Mississippi Code annotated section 7315-29, subsection F, and that you've negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure, specifically that you have violated a final order of the board executed on February 12th, 2019, that you failed and refused to abstain from addictive substances while your license was suspended, as evidenced by 2 positive drug screens for kratom on February 25th, 2019, and on March 19, 2019. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time of your February 2019 order, you are additionally being monitored by the Mississippi Professional Health Network, Inc., PHN. Would that also be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I now want to go to B7, Mr. Cranmore, and ask you some questions about the February 12th, 2019 final order of the board.
Let me find B7. Okay, I found it.
Okay, the first page of B7, would you agree with me that you appeared before a hearing panel on December 5th, 2018?
That's correct.
Okay, and the board found you guilty, did they not, of the allegations in the complaint? Would you agree with me on that?
They did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and actually, if you look at page 2 of that final order, paragraph number 6.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time of your hearing in December of 2018, you did admit to the panel that in April of that same year that you were impaired while working as a nurse at a hospital in Meridian, Mississippi, and that you used heroin, Xanax, and cocaine prior to reporting to work in April of 2018. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that hospital conducted a reasonable suspicion screen, and the results confirmed positive for acetylite morphine, benzodiazepine, and morphine. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
You lost your job as a result of that back in 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the history from there of how you progressed is that you went to residential treatment at Pine Grove, March 8, 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And at that time, you were diagnosed with opioid use disorder and alcohol use disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And once you had completed that program, then you went into the Professional Health Network system for further monitoring. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you actually signed a contract with them August 2018. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time of your hearing, December 5th, 2018, you were still being monitored by PHN. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during the 2018 hearing, and after they found you guilty, the panel imposed certain conditions against your license. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm looking specifically, Mr. Cranmore, at page 3 of B7, where it says order.
Okay.
All right. And they ordered that you would be suspended for 180 days from the date that the order would be executed by the executive director. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And they also ordered that you may be allowed to have a restricted license only after you met certain preconditions that was contained in following paragraphs. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's talk about some of those preconditions. On page 4,
Okay.
during the time of your suspension at that time, you were asked to have a conference with your compliance officer. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked to execute a compliance affidavit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked to submit to board staff a primary physician nurse practitioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked to submit a release, execute a release. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Submit to a psychological evaluation within 90 days from the date the executive director executed your order.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You were asked to supply your support group sponsor and home group.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked to pay a fine of $500. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
And then you were asked to abstain from addictive substances, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You never received the restricted license that provided you to do so in that February 2019 order, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And that reasoning of why you did not get that restricted license was because you could not abstain from addictive substances. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete all other preconditions but for relapsing?
Yes, ma'am. I have.
Okay. All right. After you received your February 12th, 2019 order, you did meet with the compliance officer. I believe you met first with Miss Marianne Wynn. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had an appointment with her and spoke with her and signed an affidavit regarding the information of your order and making sure you understood the information in your order. You signed that about May of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay.
That was actually a new affidavit that I signed after I got out of the second treatment center. Because I signed one in February with her, and whenever I had to go back to treatment, whenever I got out, it was a new affidavit that I signed.
Okay. So this is their second affidavit.
That's correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say then, between your February 2019 final order of the board and the second affidavit of May 13, 2019, you relapsed on Kratom.
Between those two dates, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And actually, it may have been a little before the final order of
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah, it was. It was between the time that, well, we've got the dates of the drug screen, so, but you're correct. I think it was a couple of maybe a week before I signed the final order.
Yeah, and let's look at that. Let's look at Exhibit B9 so that we can verify that.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's tough shuffling through these papers in my truck.
Take your time.
Okay, I've got B9.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Would you agree with me? The top page of B9 is correspondence from the Professionals Health Network.
Yes, ma'am.
It's dated July 22nd, 2019.
That's right.
Okay. And this letter discusses your history in short with the PHN program.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, they confirmed that you had signed a contract with them beginning around August of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And then sometime mid-January 2019, you tested positive for kratom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was prior to you receiving the final order of this board when you first tested positive, right?
That is correct.
But after you received the final order, February 12th, 2019, from the Mississippi Board of Nursing, you had 2 subsequent positive screens for kratom. Agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that was about February the 25th and then March 19.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you go to the second page of Exhibit B9, would you agree with me that the 2 positive screens that are referenced in the complaint are also shown on this report as positive for kratom on those dates?
Yes, ma'am. I see that.
Okay, very good. Upon your relapse, you received an assessment from Pine Belt Mental Health Care Resources. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm looking now, Mr. Cranmore, at Exhibit B10.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, I've got B10.
Okay, and this is a substance abuse aftercare plan. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And on page 3 of this exhibit, I'm wanting to refer specifically to the discharge summary.
Okay.
All right. You would agree with me then your admission date would be August of 2018, August 7th, 2018, and the discharge date would be May 4, 2019?
Well, I was admitted into, in August, I was admitted into a halfway house. So it's called Oak Arbor. It's a sober living facility. From then until I lived there until April the 6th. April the 6th is whenever I went into residential, like actually inpatient treatment at Clearview, which is part of Pine Belt Mental Health.
Yes, and if you, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead.
Well, and I was just going to say, so they're part of the same Pine Belt Mental Health Resources, but they are 2 separate facilities, one much more intensive than the other.
And I will note that on the same page that we're looking at, if you kind of go down to the halfway point there, where it says program admission date and then program name.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah, so your explanation is actually captured on this discharge summary. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
So that from August 7, 2018, you were in the halfway house at Oak Arbor. And then around April 5, 2019, it talks about you being in A&D residential treatment.
That's correct.
Right. And on this discharge summary, would you agree with me that the reason for admission was that client relapsed on kratom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Craymore, let's go now to Exhibit B11.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, and before I get into some questions about Exhibit B11, when exactly, or do you remember, was this a 30-day treatment when you went back in April?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So you were released from inpatient treatment on or around May 6th, 2019, give or take?
Yes, ma'am, something like that.
Okay, all right. And so then you came back to the board, you signed the second affidavit that you were referencing in Exhibit B8. You did that on May 13, 2019, right?
Yes, ma'am, that sounds right.
And then you were asked, as B11 evidence is, to go to the assessment that was part of your board ordered requirement. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you were seen by Thomas and Thomas Consulting Group, and I think specifically it was Ms. Sheila Thomas.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Okay, and in this assessment, basically the last page of this assessment where it says recommendations and it has Sheila Thomas's name there. Are you on that page?
This is what page of this
It's going to be
exhibit?
it's going to be Exhibit B11, and it's going to be basically the page where it's got Sheila Thomas's name, where it's her signature at the bottom.
Okay, I see that.
Okay, and do you see right above that the section where it says recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
And then right above that, it says my clinical impression.
That's right.
And would you agree with me that Ms. Thomas stated in this assessment that her clinical impression was that you were diagnosed with substance use disorder in early remission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as well as having an unspecified anxiety disorder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then Ms. Thomas referenced the Board of Nursing affidavit of May 13, 2019, asking that, stating that it's recommended that you comply. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then beyond the 90 meetings in 90 days that you were to complete as a result of coming out of treatment, Ms. Thomas also recommended that you continue with your AA meetings a minimum of 3 times per week and have random drug testing that included kratom. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He further recommended that you comply with your therapist recommendations and continue therapy.
Yes, ma'am.
And just for the record, who is your therapist?
Right now, my therapist has just changed. I don't know his last name. His name is Devon. He's a therapist for Pine Belt Mental Health Resources. My therapists have changed 3 times. That each time, the last couple times I've gone in there, I feel like I'm a pretty easy person to work with, but sometimes these therapists are not easy to work with themselves. So I've asked to change a couple of times. I know that's not very beneficial for myself, but I'm trying to find somebody that I can really work with. And I don't have insurance right now, so I'm having to use therapists through the state, through Pine Belt Mental Health Resources. And I'm hoping this next one, people say that he's really good, so I'm hoping that he will be very helpful to me.
Okay. And have you had a chance to meet with your new therapist yet, Mr. Devon?
I have not. I just met with my other therapist last week, but I could not tell you her name. That was the only time I met with her.
Okay. And last week, meaning June 6th, June 12th?
Let me look at a calendar real quick. 1 second. It was Actually, it was this past Monday, June 15th.
Okay. And Ms. Kramer, do you go monthly, weekly, bi-monthly?
During COVID-19, I had not seen my therapist since, but because of COVID-19, I had not seen my therapist since January, not even through telemed or Zoom. But now it will be, I'm supposed to meet with this new therapist in the next month. I don't know. I've got an appointment set in my phone in my calendar for the date, if you'd like me to look that up.
I was just wondering, upon your discharge, what was recommended that you, how often you are to see a therapist?
It's supposed to be monthly.
Okay, that's, okay. Okay, so you received the assessment from Ms. Thomas. You connected back to the Board of Nursing, but you still had not completed all the preconditions of your February 12th, 2019 order to receive a restricted license, correct?
What other things are you talking about?
Well, I'm looking at Exhibit B6, and I am looking at a entry made on September 30th, 2019, and let me see what page that is. It's page 4.
Hold on, I'm trying to find B6. B5, B6, page 4. Okay.
Okay. You see September 30th, 2019?
On page 4 of B6.
Right.
I
When
do
Mr.
not.
But when Mr. Jackson gave you a new B6, you should have all of B6.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. B6. Okay, what was the date again you said?
September 30th, 2019.
Okay, yes, I've got that.
Okay. So the question is, you submitted to the assessment, and that was in July of 2019. And then September of 2019, this is some months later, you were corresponding with the board again, this time with Ms. Rucker. And I believe at that time, she told you that you were not eligible to get your restricted license pursuant to your February order because you had not supplied at that time the sponsor name, the home group, the primary physician, records from Clearview, or a letter of progress status with your therapist. Is that correct?
Okay, I guess it must be.
Okay.
I really thought that I had supplied that stuff. I know that I've done it. That's what's crazy to me is I've even got an appointment with my primary physician in 2 weeks, and you're saying you don't have that. I thought that, I mean, I even think I remember writing that stuff down in front of the compliance officer.
Well, that's what I'm getting to that, Mr. Cranmore, because the next page of B6, you'll see an entry on October 7th, 2019.
Okay.
You did meet with Ms. Rucker, correct?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
At that time, she notes here that you supplied your home group, your sponsor, your primary physician, and any current medications.
Okay. See that?
So it's just curious to me that if you were released from treatment in May, and then you met with Ms. Rucker in October, that's 5 months. And quite frankly, almost, well, it's 5 months from when you, 5 months from when you were released from treatment. But then what was going on between that time of May and October?
Um, that, you know, I have no good excuse for that. Yeah, no, that's really inexcusable. I can't think of anything that's other than to blame myself, really. Like I can't think of any other
Well,
reasons.
well, the reason I bring that up, Mr. Cranmore, is you're here today on a non-compliance, having tested positive for kratom. And it's just curious to me that if you're wanting to keep your license and you're wanting to work, why there is such a large period of time where you did nothing to try to obtain it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it was that long to me. That just doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to make it make sense in my head, but it just doesn't make sense. But if that's the dates, it must be true. But I do not know. I mean, because I do. I want to get back to nursing, and I know I can't do it with a procrastinating attitude like that.
Well, certainly I think this board would want you to focus on your sobriety, as that is the most important thing beyond having a nursing license. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I now want to turn, as we get through the exhibits, the day that you met with Ms. Rucker, on October 7, 2019, you actually submitted a written statement regarding your relapse. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am. I remember doing that.
Yep. And I believe that information is going to be in B12.
B12. Give me 1 second to find that. Okay, I've got that.
Okay. And would you agree with me that this is your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you signed on 10/7/2019, and it's a statement that's relative to the positive drug screens while your license was suspended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in this statement, you wrote in your hand that you relapsed on kratom for almost 2 months?
Yes, ma'am.
You explained that you had gone into treatment as you've testified to.
Yes, ma'am.
You established a new sobriety date and worked through the 12 steps again.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it states here that you've remained sober since April 6, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And how can you demonstrate to this board that you've remained sober since April 6, 2019 today?
Other than those drug screens that I was told wouldn't be submitted, I cannot. But there is proof.
Let me ask you this. Can you testify as to whether or not the times you were drug screening, and I'm assuming this is with PHN, the Professionals
Yes,
Health
ma'am.
Network? Yeah, were they also testing you for kratom?
Yes, ma'am. It says it on the drug screens.
And finally, Mr. Cranmore, I want to call your attention to B14.
B14. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Okay, and this is a compliance committee review form, if you will, the first page. And I know that you may not have seen this document, but do you agree with me? Is that what it says?
Tell me again, what am I agreeing to?
You're agreeing to the fact that the form states compliance committee review.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I realize you have not seen this, but would you agree with me that on the second page of that document, that you have seen and signed affidavit and formal reprimand number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would you agree with me then that Ms. Rucker took this affidavit 1 with your signature and presented it before the board's compliance committee in December of 2019, whereby the committee agreed not to accept this affidavit? Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that you understood by virtue of a certified letter sent to you on December 6, 2019, that the compliance committee decided to refer the case to the legal division for a show cause hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, you may or may not have received information, but were you aware that this matter was originally set for February 2020 hearing?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, and there was a deficiency of service of process. So the board staff again set you for hearing for the April 2020 setting. Would you agree with me?
What does that mean, deficiency of service of process?
Well, when your notice was sent originally in February, I do not believe we had the correct address that we currently have for you.
Okay.
Okay, I believe on the first notice that was sent in February, the apartment number was mistaken.
Okay.
Okay, and so you were set for April. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and April hearings pursuant to COVID-19, those hearings were canceled, right?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Now you're here today.
That's right.
Okay. Now, given the information and the evidence before the board panel today, Mr. Cranmore, why should the board consider allowing you the opportunity to receive any type of license?
It's hard for me to say with not accepting any of my my drug screens, but I have stayed sober since April the 6th of 2019, and I have made except through COVID-19 because meetings were canceled. They had Zoom meetings, but I've been making AA meetings, and I hang out in the recovery community. But I know it's tough to take me at my word whenever, with the history of drugs that I have. But I do think that just giving me a chance of any kind to receive my license again I don't think you would regret it, because like I said, I can prove that I am sober.
And
Even if
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, please.
You finish.
Well, I was just gonna say I can prove that I'm sober. I know that y'all haven't accepted the drug screens into evidence, but there is proof there.
Would you also agree with me, Mr. Cranmore, that proof would have been that you demonstrated to the board a desire to get a restricted license by demonstrating to the board in a timely fashion, you supplying the board the information that it ordered that you supply?
Yes, yeah, I do agree with that. I think that I should have done that in a timely fashion. You know, I hate to say this, but you know, the past 2 years I have had to, you know, kind of get on with my own life and start doing other things. And you know, my number one thing has been to stay sober. So you know, that's not a very good excuse, but you know, I just, you know, I can say I was busy, and that I just didn't notice the 5 days prior to that I needed to turn that in 5 days prior to to this hearing. But it's not a good excuse. I should have sent it in to y'all. So I do apologize for that.
Or even after the order that you received February 12th, 2019, once you completed your treatment in May, why didn't you go ahead and submit everything right then?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and whenever I met on May 13th with Miss Wynn, it was a new affidavit, but it was all pretty much the same. But let's just say this: in February, whenever I first met with her, I really did not gain any ground on doing any of those things at all, because I was using at the time, so I was not working on getting. So in May, I did not have any of those things ready and done. I had to start working from nothing to get it all done, setting up doctor's appointments and getting the appointment with Thomas & Thomas and setting up appointments with therapists. So it wasn't anything I could do just overnight. So yes, it shouldn't have taken me 5 months. I don't think that it should not have taken me 5 months. I agree with that, but it wasn't something that I could just like get out of treatment and then call y'all and set up an appointment and have it ready for you.
Okay. And then
Does that
finally
make
on that,
sense?
it does, but, and I appreciate you admitting to that. And the final point I'll make on that point is you were given calendars in October when you met with Ms. Rucker, and you were given additional information to kind of, again, help facilitate you to give the board what the board needed so that we would understand and, you know, have some certainty there of your path and that you were staying safe. And since that October meeting with Ms. Rucker, have you submitted an AA calendar to the board?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Have you been attending AA?
During COVID-19, I was not really I'll be honest, from the beginning of this year, I wasn't. I had some things happen. I fell into a deep depression, and I did not go back into AA until probably 2 weeks ago, whenever the doors opened back up. I saw my therapist and got, was diagnosed with depression, and a lot of it was brought on by some personal things that happened at the end of last year, and then COVID-19 exacerbated it tenfold. Being stuck in the house for however long that was, and but for the past, I've been back, for the past few weeks now, and I plan on keeping on attending, whether or not whatever y'all do with my license, I will keep going.
Were you aware that they had a virtual AA meetings?
I was, and I did. I went to Zoom meetings. It's not the same thing. It wasn't, and like I said, I was very severely depressed. I needed some person-to-person contact, like in-person contact with people, and I'm sure Zoom would have been better than nothing, but I really didn't have much motivation at all.
When you met with Ms. Rucker, I believe you supplied a primary physician. Actually, I think it was just you stated that there was an NP psych nurse that you were seeing, an APRN.
That's correct. Suzanne Cox. She's my psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And are you still seeing Ms. Cox?
That is correct.
All right. And at the time of when you met with Ms. Rucker, you had been prescribed Zoloft. Are you still taking that?
No, I've had medication changes since then. I actually never really I was prescribed the Zoloft, but soon after starting it, I talked to Suzanne and she took me off of it.
So what are you currently taking?
Right now, I'm taking Buspirone 10 milligrams 3 times a day. I'm taking Paxil 20 milligrams once a day, and Trazodone for sleep 100 milligrams at night.
Is Ms. Cox the only practitioner or provider that you are seeing?
No, I see Dr. Martin at Bellevue Medical Clinic. He's the primary physician I see. Oh, and I also so I had an incident with my blood pressure 2 days ago. My blood pressure got 160 systolic. So I went to an immediate care because my primary physician, Dr. Martin, couldn't see me just on the drop of a hat. So I went to an immediate care and they prescribed me some blood pressure medicine. If I was prescribed metoprolol 25 milligram ER tablets.
What is Dr. Martin prescribed?
He prescribes me nothing at this point. He was just the physician that I set up to be my primary physician that y'all needed me to have set up.
And where did you say you were attending AA meetings?
I go to several meetings. I go to Jaywalkers, is my home group in Hattiesburg, Rule 62. But I mean, in Hattiesburg, there's 6 or 7 meetings that I attend, AA and NA, and but the main 2 that I attend are Rule 62 and Jaywalkers.
Okay, and you have a sponsor?
I have someone who has sponsored me in the past, but I'm reworking the steps with another sponsor that I just started with, and so things are just getting rolling. So I guess you could say I have 2 sponsors.
And if we were to call those 2 groups, Jaywalkers or Route 62, would they be able to verify that you were in attendance the last 2 weeks?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And what is your sobriety date?
April the 6th, 2019.
And your drug of choice?
Opiates is my main drug of choice.
And if we were to drug screen you today, would you be positive or negative?
I would be negative.
Mr. Cranmore, do you have a support system?
I do. I have a great support system.
And who does that include?
Number one, I was going to say number one would be my family. My family lives in Meridian and I live in Hattiesburg. So, they would be there for me through anything that I ever needed. But the people that are there for me every day, especially recently, are my AA community. It's my best friends in Hattiesburg, the people I see every day. One of my sponsors, I'd go to his house and would play ping pong and grill out and lift weights, and 3 guys that live in the house with him, they're all sober, and they're probably my main support system. But then again, my parents, I call them and talk to them every night. So they're a great support system. And then just the AA community as a whole, not just those 4 guys that I go over to their house. The whole AA group in Hattiesburg. And then also the PHN is a great support system. They're very helpful. Anything that I ever need, anytime I need to call and talk to somebody, they're there. And also the people that I work with, even though I've been out of work since COVID-19, they have, anytime I need anything from a friend, they're always, from coworkers, they are always there.
Where were you working?
I was working at a restaurant in Hattiesburg called the Midtowner. I'm a server there.
And lastly, Mr. Cranmore, in the event the board decides to grant you mercy and see that you perhaps could have a restricted license, why in the world should they believe that you're going to do what they would order you to do, where it be have restricted license, have class, have a fine, have further evaluations? how are they to believe that you would do that, especially in a timely fashion?
That's a great question. I don't know how to exactly how to answer that with the track record I've had of procrastinating with y'all. But I will say this, with everything that's happened in the world, and especially with COVID-19, and seeing all these people that I went to school with and friends that work in the hospital as nurses and nurse practitioners, and they're all going to work and really doing something meaningful. It has, and especially through COVID-19, I wanted to be there so bad. And it's really, really made me just, I want to get back into nursing so bad. I will do whatever it takes right now. And I've got a lot of free time on my hands right now. I can get this stuff done. I can. And if y'all just give me another chance, you will see I can get this stuff done. I have every bit of faith in myself. I just hope that y'all can have just a little bit more faith in me, and I can get this done and get back into doing what I absolutely love doing, because I loved it. I'm waiting tables now. It's tending to people, it's serving people. It's similar to, I'm not handling dangerous drugs and handling with people's lives, but it's still you have to be very personable and work with people. And and I guess in a way it's similar to nursing, and I would love to be able to get back to actually doing what I went to school for.
I have no further questions.
Do any members of the board have questions for Mr. Cranmore?
Hi, Mr. Cranmore. Good afternoon. This is Blake Ward, board panel member.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you for being here and hanging in there with us. Do you have any prospective employment if we do grant you a license? What are your thoughts on employment?
I don't have any prospective employment right now. I have, I've got an idea of, considering the stipulations that would be on my license if I were to get a restricted license. I've got an idea of where I would look, but no, I do not have any prospective employment right now. But I would, if I were to, that's another thing about getting my license back is I would love to further my education with my nursing degree and work on my bachelor's. But that's something that's at a standstill right now while I do not have an active license.
Any further questions from the board? Council, do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, as a rebuttal witness, I would like to call Vera Rucker.
You may proceed.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Vera Rucker, compliance officer.
Okay. And Ms. Rucker, are you familiar with the exhibits in this case?
I am.
Okay. And were you a compliance officer that took on Mr. Cranmore's case after Ms. Nguyen left our board?
I am.
Okay. And did you help draft Exhibit B6, which was entered into evidence and is the compliance summary?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the board, pursuant to the compliance summary, where you took on Mr. Cranmore's case and the events that transpired?
I officially took on Mr. Cranmore's case on September 25th, 2019.
And did you speak with Mr. Cranmore personally, or was it through email?
I received a call from him on September 30th, around 04 a.m. in the morning, and he was inquiring about his case to see if he can get licensed. He had already previously applied for reinstatement, and I informed him I would need to review his file and I would get back with him, and that's what I did.
Okay, and that's when you said a subsequent compliance conference with him. I believe it was October 7th,
Correct.
2019. Okay, and so this would have made Mr. Cranmore's third compliance conference.
Yes.
Okay, and in that conference, did you finally receive the information that was ordered him from his February 12th, 2019 board order?
Correct. He submitted who his home group was, his sponsor, name and telephone number, who his primary physician was, and the current medication he was currently taking.
Okay, and on that day, did you witness him? Did you witness him writing a statement with regard to the non-compliance of his February order?
I did.
Okay, and did you read the statement?
I did read the statement.
Okay, and so you were aware that he had relapsed on kratom for 2 months as well?
Correct. He informed me of that. And once he informed me of his relapse and that he was being drug screened by another company that was using Spectrum, I did ask him to write his statement out in reference to that positive drug screens.
Okay. And as a result of his relapse, did you then draft for Mr. Cranmore and send to him the affidavit one that is noted in B14?
I did draft it. I did have to review because I was unsure how to proceed with the case because his license was in a suspended status. So I did did a in-house case review with the other board's attorney, and we determined that to issue the non-compliance affidavit. And so I did issue that non-compliance affidavit number 1 for $200 and sent it to Mr. Cranmore.
Okay. And once you received that signed affidavit back, what did you do next?
Or actually came to the board's office and executed the affidavit on November 21st.
Mhm.
I took it, put it on the compliance committee agenda for the next compliance committee meeting, which was December 6, 2019.
And what was the decision of the compliance committee after their review of the affidavit one?
The compliance committee did not accept the affidavit 1. They referred the case to the legal division for a show cause hearing.
And is there anything else with regard to Mr. Cranmore's compliance or lack thereof that you want to share with the board?
No.
Tender the witness.
Mr. Cranmore, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir, I do not.
Do any of the board members have questions for this witness? Anything further, counsel?
The state will rest.
Mr. Cranmore, do you have anything further you'd like to share with the board regarding this matter?
I think I've said everything I can say. So no, I do not.
At this time, should you so desire, we will begin with closing statements. Mr. Cranmore, if you'd like to make one at this time, you may proceed.
I guess just like I said, that I do have documented sobriety since April the 6th of 2019. And any mercy that the board could show me for my non-compliance to give me another chance to show that I can do this would be great.